Right, so it's 4:33. I'll call the meeting to order. I guess we don't do the broadcast now, Jen. We will
No.
do it when we come
Yes.
live. Because this is a closed meeting, but before we go in camera, I think Councilor Fisher, you had a declaration you want to make?
Yeah, I have a declaration of item 1.2. In the closed session, I own a property in close proximity to the subject property.
Okay, thank you. So I've got a motion. The council was in a closed session at 4:33 PM to discuss a matter in accordance with section 239(2) B, C, F of the Municipal Act. Moved by Councilor Goff, second by Councilor Fisher. All in favor? That is carried. So we'll just wait till we're ready.
Mhm.
I don't think we have to go on a break to them because there we go. We do. We are streaming live, I guess. Okay, it's 6:30. I'll call the meeting to order. We're struggling with the technology, or at least I am here again with some computer problems, but we'll muddle through. Can I look to my clerk for roll call, please?
Thank you, Your Worship. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the March 24th, 2025 Council meeting. I'm Jennifer Connor, Clerk of Ramara Township. I'll begin with roll call of Council. Mayor Clark.
Present.
Deputy Mayor Bell.
Present.
Councillor Snutch.
Present.
Councillor Fisher. Present. Councillor Tuyu. Present. Councillor Goff.
Present.
Councillor Bell.
Present.
Thank you.
This meeting is being streamed live on the Township of Ramara YouTube channel. Be advised that by attending a public meeting of the Council of the Township of Ramara, you are consenting to your image, voice, and comments being recorded and will form a part of the public record. The chair, CAO, and/or clerk have the discretion and authority to terminate or interrupt the live streaming in exceptional circumstances where the content of debate is considered inappropriate to be published. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I guess for the opening meeting, I wasn't at any events in the last couple of weeks. What about any other members of council? It's been quiet. Councillor Bell.
Thank you. I was fortunate enough to be able to attend that Severn's workshop on agritourism, and it was interesting actually to see who was in the room. There were probably 40 odd participants, ranging in all ages, people looking for different ways to use their ag properties. And Severn's team was there to talk about bylaw, fire. So it was just a really well-rounded day, and that was a great afternoon. And additionally to that, on Thursday, I was at the Ramara Historical Society where William Leslie was there to talk about the Tate family. So that was a really great night for the Historical Society. And I was remiss the last time in not mentioning it. And so shout out to those who reminded me. You don't need to slap my wrist this time. Thank you.
Any other councillors? Councillor Snutch.
Yeah, I was also at the historical thing. One of the interesting things was that all the row houses that are on Front Street were built by this, was his first name Andrew? Andrew Tate? That's why they all look identical there. That's where the workers stayed for the quarry that they had built out in Longford. So yeah, it was pretty interesting.
Councillor Fisher.
Thank you, Your Worship. Due to the weather during Family Day weekend, the Legion had to postpone their Family Day event. And so they were able to celebrate it last weekend and had a bunch of families come through, some money raised for their Feeding Families campaign, to support the Feeding Families campaign. And they had Zoo to You there. So the kids, well, and some of the adults too, were very excited to pet spiders and play with snakes and race tortoises. I think the kids won. But that was a really, really fun event that the Legion put on. It was free for families to attend. And there was a donation bucket for families if they felt to donate towards their Feeding Families.
Perfect. Not seeing any more. I'll look to our CAO for an update. Gail.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a couple of reminders for the community. Starting April 1st, the township will launch its third annual community cleanup initiative, which will run the month of April. And this particular initiative supports Earth Day, which runs on April the 22nd. Starting April the 2nd, the township will also launch its fifth annual Explore Ramara Scavenger Hunt. And that will run from April the 2nd to April the 21st. So both of those particular events are actually on our website, Mr. Mayor. So thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. Now I'll go back into our in camera and I will point out that Councillor Fisher declared a conflict on item 1.2 in camera. So if you can go ahead, Madam Clerk.
1.1, that we received the solicitor client matter with respect to the Bertrand versus Township of Ramara costs as information and the staff proceed as directed.
Moved by Councillor Goff, second by Councillor Snutch. All in favor? That is carried.
1.2, that we received the correspondence from the Sergeant Co. Limited regarding a property matter under section 239(2)C of the Municipal Act. And the staff proceed as directed.
Moved by Deputy Mayor, second by Councillor Snutch. All in favor? That is carried. Okay, Councillor Fisher.
1.3, that we receive the property matter regarding Chippewas of Ramara First Nation in accordance with section 239-2 of the Municipal Act as information, and that staff proceed as directed.
Moved by Counselor Goff, second by Counselor Tuyu. All in favor? That is carried. And lastly,
1.4, that council receive report AD 1025 as information, and that staff proceed as directed.
perfect. Moved by Counselor Tuyu, second by Counselor Fisher. All in favor? That is carried. I think that was-
1.5, that
Yes,
the
1.5.
closed session council minutes dated February 24th, 2025 be adopted as presented.
Moved by Counselor Fisher, second by the Deputy Mayor. All in favor? That is carried.
Thank you, Worship.
I had an old agenda in front of me. Okay, adoption of agenda. Have a motion that go ahead, Madam Clerk. I've agreed that you can read the motions from now on.
That the council agenda dated March 24th, 2025, and any additions thereto be adopted as presented.
Moved by the Deputy Mayor, second by Counselor Goff. Any questions arising from the agenda? Don't have any changes. All in favor? That is carried. Open forum regarding agenda items only. Didn't have any sent in. Anybody registered to speak? I don't think so.
Nothing, Your Worship.
So adoption of minutes.
5.1, that the council meeting minutes dated February 24th, 2025 be adopted as presented.
Moved by Counselor Goff, second by Counselor Bell. All in favor? That is, yes, comments on the minutes. Yes.
Thank you. It's just a small change, but I think it's just important because it's an external body. So in my remarks, I had noted that I attended the Building Community Leaders workshops at the Ontario Association of Agricultural Societies conference. But it just doesn't mention here that it was actually a 2-day workshop, and the Rural Institute and other folks pay for that. So I just want to make sure that I wanted to request that it's updated, just to note that that was Building Community Leaders. And it's Ontario Association of Agricultural Societies. So it's just not captured quite right, which is okay. But if we can just modify it so that it's correct for those organizations.
Got that?
Pardon me?
You have that?
Yes, I do. Thank
Okay,
you.
so on the minutes sent as amended, all in favor? That is carried.
5.2, that the special council meeting minutes dated March 10th, 2025 be adopted as presented.
Moved by Counselor Goff, second by Counselor Fisher. Any questions on the minutes? All in favor? That is carried.
5.3, that the special council meeting minutes dated March 17th, 2025 be adopted as presented.
On these council minutes, moved by Counselor Fisher, second by Counselor Goff. Any questions arising? Not seeing any. All in favor? It's carried. Do I have a disclosure of pecuniary interest by any member of council? I probably should declare it now, yes, for 1.2.
Okay, I declared conflict through the clerk for item 1.2 on the closed session agenda, as I own property within proximity to the subject property.
Okay, so that was declared already. Any others? Not seeing any. So presentations and receiving and petitions and deputations. We do have one deputation from Peter Safa from the Brecken Pharmacy. Peter, come on up to the microphone here, sir, and welcome. And there's a center button. We'll turn it on. It'll light up for you, sir. Just push the button in the center. Yeah, there you go. Whenever you're ready.
Hello, everyone. It's my first time to be here. I'm really honored and privileged to be in front of you all. My name is Peter Safa. I'm the pharmacy owner and manager for the Brecken Pharmacy. As most of you know, the pharmacy run for a very long history here. It has been running, I believe, more than 40 years. I started in a very small house, and then thankfully we have it here in this Anchor Plaza on the Highway 12. I'm not sure how many person just visited us in place. But the pharmacy by itself, it's not just a pharmacy. We have a pharmacy that we have a big vision for it, for serving the community. We have the pharmacy, and in the back of the pharmacy, you have 5 examination rooms where we can be hosting doctors and different plans, and I will share it with you on the go. Since we took over the pharmacy, we had a big dream to make it one-stop shop. in terms of the medical facilities for the patient that we can provide it for most of the patient of the community. Majority of the patients that we serving here in the community are either seniors or kind of aged or by themselves or kind of moved from far, especially Toronto or GTA areas, kind of planning for more retirement in the area here. Saying that, some of them have limited mobility, some of them are kind of lonely by themselves, some of them are kind of detached from their doctors. So from day one, we always realized that there is a significant need for having doctors in place. And this led us to, whenever we're redesigning the pharmacy, since we take over from the small house to the new plaza, I'm not sure if most of you remember, it was already a coffee time location there. So whenever we were building it, we were planning to have it one day achieve the goal that we have it one-stop shop. I mean by this, we have a pharmacy, we have doctors, and we have a big dream as well to have a lab facility so patients can do their blood work, urine work, any samples needed, especially that the closest facility, either doctors or hospital or blood work, it's in a need, like minimum drive either to already, I believe this is the closest spot, which is 20-25 minutes, or I'm not sure if there are any like blood work even in Beaverton area or not. When this happened, we put lots of infrastructure and investment as an initial investment, especially that we own the plaza as well, like we're the landlord for it, for building 5 examination rooms for inside the building to have the doctors. We were successful to have a doctor in place back in 2019, early 2020. And there was a plan as well for enrolling another doctor. But unfortunately, COVID hit. Most doctors switch it to virtual and gradually, unfortunately, they disappear. But the dream didn't go away from our mind. We still have a big dream to have doctors. And we have been approached or we reached as well to different doctors with different specialties to have them on board with us. With always keeping the goal different, like serving the patient in different ways. As most of you know, we thankfully got approached by Dr. Cheth and his team. He's a very energetic person, very young, very promising. He was already serving in Aurelia region. Without going into much details for his switch from Aurelia to us, he thankfully, we had lots of different talks and conversations, and thankfully we come up with a plan that he could be joining us with a promise that he should be enrolling as well as 2 more patients, 2 more doctors in place. I found it a very good opportunity, to be honest, for achieving my dream for having a pharmacy and physical doctor in place. And this has somehow started significantly reflected in how people and patients are really reaching us either from Bricken and Lagoon area or from far away. Like we have some patients coming from Washago area, we have some patients coming from Severn, from Kirkfield, from Bricken, lots of different destinations. Thankfully, we got like in place, and this other 2 doctors that should be working under his supervision. Hopefully, they should be on board. I would say end of April, mid of May. As well, we have been in touch with different blood work facilities to have them in place. So, kind of the dream gradually start achieving. The only challenge, to be honest, for having this is just not being a pharmacist, just for the facility itself. Like one of the main conditions that Dr. Chess and his team were putting is that they're planning always, they are not willing to contribute in anything of the running cost. I mean by this is the rent, the leasing rent, or the utilities like the water, cleaning, anything. I don't blame him. It's really very hard and very challenging to find a doctor here. When we started different talks with different doctors, each one of them has their model, to be honest, but none of them take any serious steps to have doctors in place. But whenever we were talking, none of them was just saying it's $0. So saying this, especially when we're having the 2 doctors in place, this means the pharmacy is, as per they say, the pharmacy will be running for 7 days a week. So it's really getting overwhelming on us to keep running it, especially not kind of leasing the whole unit, which is more than the whole unit. I mean, the clinic area in the back, it's more than 2,000 square foot. without generating any income for the building to offset the running costs for it. So that's basically when some talks started with some of the leadership here in Ramara Township. We were in the hope that we keep the doctors. Obviously, the doors are open. It's a very good vision to have them. But on the other side, away from achieving our dream or having a medical dream facility in Bricken area and Lagoon, there was a kind of different approach, especially the pharmacy or the building is kind of an anchor spot. So we got approached by different business owners with different business vision to have it in place, like a barber shop or a small bakery or any kind of convenience store, something that could be helping at least generating something. The only challenge is that we put a very big amount, which we're talking hundreds of thousands of dollars for the initial infrastructures to have 5 clinics in place, plus a blood work lab, plus having the pharmacy. So that's basically what I'm here for. Like, thankfully, the doctor is in place. His team should be joining. We started gradually enrolling lots of different patients to him from Whitby, from Ajax, from different locations. But the main challenge, frankly speaking, that we're facing right now is just offsetting the running cost for the business away from the pharmacy or the clinic part. That's basically what I'm here for.
Okay, thank you. And I'll look for, okay, lots of questions. So I'll start with Councillor Snutch.
I didn't want to interrupt you earlier, but did you say you own the building?
Yes.
Okay, so you own the building. And do you right now have any contract with the doctor to occupy the space?
Unfortunately, no.
No, so basically you could throw him out tomorrow or he could leave tomorrow.
Sorry?
You could ask him to leave tomorrow or he could leave tomorrow if he wants to.
Unfortunately, because like there was a kind of like a word of mouth that I gave it to him. I give him my commitment whenever he had the challenges for the already a thing. So we gave it to him. It was a turn on key facility. So it was a perfect destination for him and for me to us, or not me, not only me, for me, and I will consider us for serving our patient. But still, like, the running cost is still, like, we notice in the banking, it's getting significantly higher.
Thank you.
So is there a separate, do you have a separate entrance or do they come in through the pharmacy still? Originally, you went in through the pharmacy.
The pharmacy has 2 different entrances.
Yes.
But by law, we are separate business as a pharmacy. So I govern by the Ontario College of Pharmacists. He, or the doctor, is governed by the Ontario Medical Association. So by law, which is a very typical model in lots of different destinations all over Ontario, the clinic and the pharmacy are running in the same place. But by law, there should be a separation gate between the pharmacy and the doctors. So they can run in their own working hours and we can run our own working hours. Ideally, we should be working together. But no, yes, back to your question, yes, we have 2 different gates separating the business of the pharmacy and separating the business of the clinic.
But you don't have a separate meter or anything like that. It's all on the same hydrometer, the same water meter.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. All right. Any other questions? Councillor Goff.
Yeah, you originally said that you had a doctor there in 2019, but it was the Good Doctors that was running there, correct?
No, it's not the Good Doctor. Good Doctor at a certain point were with us, but we were able to have a physical doctor in place, which was significant. There was really, at this moment, significant boosting in the number of patients visiting her. And there was a plan to have another doctor as well. But away from the Good Doctor was practicing with us for a certain time, and then unfortunately, they just moved up.
Yeah.
But obviously, the presence of the Good Doctor, if you're asking me as well on the other side, let me add for this, presence of a Good Doctor is really very valuable. But unfortunately, they are not able to accommodate the need for it. Like, the waiting time is really getting very, very high now. I didn't visit them in person, but what I hear from the patient on the phone calls, especially the Dr. Chest practice now, are opening it as a kind of a walk-in. The waiting time with a Good Doctor, or even now Dr. Chest has start piling up on him. It's between 2 to 3 days. So,
well, there's no question we're in an underserviced area.
Yes.
You know, even speaking with good doctors, there's room for more doctors in there.
Like, the need is really there.
Mhm.
The need is significantly high. The need, especially with us as well as a pharmacist now, the scope of practice for us has been expanded beginning of 2023. So now we can prescribe up to 19 medical conditions, which we call it the minor elements. This take a lot from the shoulders from the doctors and even Dr. Chess is a good doctors, but still there are some stuff that we need to do lab work.
Yeah.
We don't have a lab work, but obviously we will have it if we have a doctor in place. Same idea if any requisition needed or any something physically that we need the patient, more investigation doctors obviously are the experts in this.
Counselor Fisher.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for coming, Peter.
Pleasure.
Seeing you again. Now that you brought up a good point about pharmacists now having the capacity to be able to diagnose up to 19 conditions, which gives service to some underserved people. With that in mind, was there opportunity from the province to help with any changes that might need to take place in physical, like brick and mortar buildings, like not just with your pharmacy, but throughout Ontario? Like, was that ever something that was explored? I'm not sure what the answer is. I'm not trying to.
Sorry, can you repeat the question? I didn't fully understand it.
Did the province offer anything to pharmacies when they
The province offers?
Yeah.
Yeah, obviously, it's a paid service, right? Like the same as they are paying the doctor, they're paying us maybe in a different scale, but definitely. The idea behind this is just to take from the load from the ER. So they noticed that there are lots of patients going for the ER, stay there 6-8 hours, and then they realize that it's something simple that there are certain criteria for a pharmacist to prescribe. So number one, it's something that's kind of acute, not chronic. Number two, there is no need for kind of significant blood work that is needed to be done on the spot. So you can start something empirically and you can assess within 3 to 5 days. There are lots of different criteria for it. So back to this, yes, the government are really taking care of this and we're thankful for this.
Okay, any other questions? So lots more again. Counselor Goff.
I was just gonna ask, what exactly are you looking for? How much of a contribution are you looking for?
So contribution in a specific, like we were hoping at least to offset the price for what we paid initially for having the place. Obviously, it's a big number. So we're talking about like more than 250,000 or 300,000. Obviously, this will not be paid at once, but we already paid it as an infrastructure for it. Till this moment, we didn't earn anything from it. Plus, at the current moment, our running cost for the other part, which means the utilities, the Wi-Fi, the internet, the internet, phoning services, cleaning, and so on, is getting almost double, right? Because we're taking care of the pharmacy and we're taking care of the numbers in details. Obviously, I can share it with you, like for how much we paid as a down payment for it, or how much we're paying now on a monthly basis, or coming as well from our banking.
Dave.
Just want to make sure I heard that right. You're looking to recoup some of your $250,000 investment?
It's actually more than this, but this is what we paid. I'm hoping this is what we paid, because we paid it up front just with the hope that we all working together as a pharmacy and a doctor. Because the idea is when a doctor came, there's always an expectation that this running cost.
Now, I get that. So 250,000 to recoup your capital cost. And then how much do you think your ongoing cost is? I don't need documentation right now.
Mhm.
Is it 1,000 a month, 5,000 a month?
Like around 5,000. This is our
5,000 a
Yeah.
month. So
Yeah.
60,000 a year.
around.
Thank you.
All right, Deputy Mayor.
So in saying that, am I understanding you right? So you're looking for assistance with all this construction because you're not charging rent? You're doing this. pro
He's
bono?
paying $0 for this.
And this is ongoing. You're going to continue giving the space for free.
Definitely. Like we cannot do this, right? Like we cannot give it for free for just for a long term. Like I don't see it a long term plan, though I'm really hoping to have him for a long term, especially him and the other teams. But we're not earning anything for the facility itself from having the doctors in place. Like we have Subway, like let us say beside it, or we have another businesses coming that we're looking for. Obviously, the number one you're asking, what is your rent? How much you're paying for this, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's one thing to ask for taxpayers to help cover some of these costs, but if your plan is to start a lease with these doctors and they're going to be paying a significant amount of money, it would be it's hard for us to sit and say, we're going to use taxpayers' money to offset your construction to be more profitable for the next 5 years. And I'm being completely honest with you.
Yeah, can you repeat it again? Sorry, I didn't
Sure.
get clear.
For me, we're in charge of ratepayers, like taxpayers' money, right?
Sure.
So for you to come to us and say that you have this building that you've put $250,000 into and you've built these examination rooms, But if the eventual plan is you're going to actually create a lease program with these doctors and you're going to profit from that, it's very hard to justify spending taxpayers' money to help pay for that, to make it more profitable for you to get a faster return on your money. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, no,
Okay.
like as I said, we're looking even at least just the lease payment to be paid for it. Like there's no even lease term. There's nothing. And we weren't kind of in more details about creating a lease term for it, because still there are two doctors with a promise to come. So this is still haven't happening yet. This is number one. Number two, we started some kind of, with some of the attendants here, we started some talks beginning of the year till we reach this point here. So I was just kind of holding our communication with the doctor with the hope to hear if there is any help that could be happening for us to keep the doctors and keep the vision flourishing.
And you don't have an answer on that yet. They haven't given you a definitive answer. The
I-
doctors have not given you a definitive answer that they're going to commit to any length of time with you.
Nothing.
Okay.
But the promise is that we're gonna have two doctors. The promise is,
Yeah.
oh, we moved from Aurelia. The promise is we like the area. We need to be here, and I see it in them. They're young. They're very energetic. They're actually those two doctors are coming out of Canada. Actually, like they're moving with a program and agreement with Dr. Chess to have them here on board. So there is a kind of an agreement between them and the doctor.
Thank you.
Yeah, I see what you're looking for, like a private-public partnership in the meantime to help offset some of your costs. Some we're allowed to do, some we're not. And that's what the deputy mayor was referring to, like to pay for your capital. We have to watch that we're not doing what's called bonusing, where we're giving money to private businesses that are for profit. Like your business is for profit. It's a profitable business, but that's not to say there can't be partnerships on programs. So that's something we'd have to look into the legalities of before we go any farther. Any other questions from council members? Not seeing any, so, yep, go ahead, Dave.
So you've come to us today, and thank you. I learned a bit. This deal, because I read about it last November, December in the paper that he was moving down to this pharmacy after his lease or whatever didn't work out in Aurelia. What were your plans at that time? Were you thinking of coming to council then, or what were you like? Why are you coming to us now if this deal was done 3 or 4 months ago?
So, like, was Dr. Chess in specific or in general?
No,
with
just
Dr.
Dr.
Chess, no, we have them mid of December, and they had a talk with two different counselors here. January 2nd. Like we had some talks.
Okay, so you've been talking to Township.
Exactly.
I see.
No, because like we know it. Like we run different pharmacies in different other locations, and we really know that like the running cost is really very one of the main things that has to be kind of set in place between the pharmacist and the doctors that are in place, right? We cannot just have the place just for free. Like that's basically what we're looking
Doesn't
for.
pay to keep the lights on. No, I understand that.
Exactly. Like even if, like, let's say I have another store and I have examination room in it, sometime it could be having the lease under my name. Like I'm not the landlord. I have the lease under my name, but we're subleasing to the doctor, or there is a different way or different kind of arrangement, obviously within the regulations for the Ontario College of Pharmacists and the Ontario College of Physicians, to kind of support each business together, right? Like the pharmacist is going to be really able to afford having everything. All of it.
Okay, any other questions? So what I've got here is that we received the deputation by Peter Safa regarding Brecken Pharmacy. From Brecken Pharmacy regarding fund support for having a physical doctor in place at Brecken Pharmacy. Moved by Councillor Goff, second by Councillor Snatch. Yes, before we vote, yep.
Yeah, I was just wondering, can those numbers you gave, is there any way you can send us something to the township, just making sure we've got your request
I
in
already
written
did.
format, okay?
I already did it. Yeah.
Oh,
And-
they
yeah.
have these numbers already?
And we can like I mean, I sent two different emails, to be honest. So one of them just for the initial communication, and then because it's my first time to do this, I wasn't fully aware what should be shared, what should not be shared. But I have everything, and we have the invoicing as well for building the 5 examination rooms and the lab work and so on. So whatever.
As long as the township has it, so we don't go back and say, well, there was something, a different number later on. That's fine. All right, you ready to vote then?
Yep, all in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
So now we have another one tonight. John McCall, I think, a deputation regarding Canada Day Festival event out on the rural property for 2026.
John Mikhail.
McHale. Okay,
sounds
thank
good.
you. Come on up, sir,
Thank you. The button is off.
whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Well, I want to thank the member of council and the mayor for having me here. You guys are working hard and late. I'll make it really quick. I just want to explain the vision of this Let Galaxy Festival. This incredible event celebrating Galaxy Festival. We're working on doing this festival to celebrate the nature and the yoga, the event that is putting together is not just a festival with the music, food, is actually celebrating the whole nature put together as a event. Now, why this is event important for us to do it here and how? We're putting this event as a Canada Day festival. So we like to have this event where people come into this beautiful location that has 311 acres of land. We're lighting up the trees, as you can see. We're bringing around 250 art, cultures, and lights of statues and setups to this event with different stages. People will be coming in. There's stand-up comedies. There's presentations that talk about all kind of yoga trainings and yoga events and festivals that we put together for this event. Now, this event obviously runs for a couple days. People come in and enjoy the routes and looking at the lights that we set up all over the trees. And as well as that, this event will be set up as a way that people actually visually enjoying the art. It's not just music and DJs and anything else that we're putting together. Now, one more thing I want to talk about is we would like to benefit this town here for allowing us to have this event here. We'd like to offer $30 from the ticket back as a donation to the town that can be used for anything that the town desires to, as well as we like to involve the town with being part of this event. So the businesses, and we're putting this process together where we can hire people that can come work there for the event. And as well as having hotels and restaurants, everybody part of this event that we like to do. Now, one more thing I want to mention to the council and the mayor and the town. This event will cost, all the costs for this event will be basically taken care of from our side. Everything like hiring the police officers and security, everything else that the town usually sees that events have put together will be paid by us completely 100%. So we like to create this event that will bring the community together. The festival will allow the businesses to enjoy, get profit as well, and we enjoy the event put together in this beautiful settings of 311 acre land that we're working on. I know this is different, unique, that you probably haven't done an event like this size or this settings, but we think this will really make a nice dent in the festival's event settings. We're planning to mention this event all over Canada. Everybody's going to be hearing about this event, what's happening with the tree lightings, nature, and the festival settings that is unique. It's not just a music festival or anything like that. People actually coming to enjoy the nature and celebrating Canada Day, because we think Canada Day should be celebrated in the land that we have, the beautiful land that we put together here needs to be shown off. And we often take that as a granted, and we just show up in front of, especially in Toronto, we show up by the water, we just do water, we have a little bit of fireworks and we go home. But celebrating Canada Day is very important and needs to be done properly with the nature. And this opportunity came up for us to set it up together in this nature here, this setting. So we like to council to take a look at the application that is currently coming online sometimes, so we can fill it up and see if you can go forward with it for next year. I don't think it's done yet. So I was working with John Popple here, and he was helping us to do the application. So that's why I'm here to present that.
Okay,
Thank you.
I'll look for questions. So how many days would you think this festival?
It's 2 days.
2 days?
Yeah. Well, it'll be Friday coming and Saturday, Sunday will be over.
Okay, yeah.
And
You'd
it's a
have
Canada Day weekend.
You know, camping overnight on site
Yeah.
is what
Yeah.
you'd be looking at. Yeah.
Mhm.
Questions? Counselor Snotch?
Could you go back to the map? I live up in that area, but I still can't understand that map of exactly where this is and maybe describe it. Like, what's that circle at the bottom, just under those yellow lines that says proposed venue area? What is that circle?
It's way above that. There's a line, you see a road is up above
red
that,
dot.
after that arrow.
Right, so what road is the red dot on?
The red dot is the land. That's the whole land, 300-acre limit.
Okay, I just don't understand what parcel of land it is.
Is all of it, all that
I
red
knew-
line around it. You
It
can
was
see it.
near the 13th concession. Go ahead,
That's right. That cross section that you see going off to the east is Concession Road BC, the haul route,
okay.
and the north-south is 169.
So can you make that bigger on the screen, whoever's doing that? Just, if we can just clue in.
So it's right across the road from B and C is what you're saying, yeah, from where B and C comes off. Right.
So what is there now? Anything?
Nothing. It's just a land with trees and I think used to be farm. I'm not sure. Yeah, it's a couple of
It's
houses.
rural zoning, is it not?
Yeah.
It's rural. It's not
Yeah.
prime ag. It might be being farm, but it's a rural zoning.
I think so. I can check.
Joe,
Isn't
go ahead.
that where the barn is that's there and entranceway?
Oh, go ahead, Jen. So I'm sorry,
Thank you.
trying to blow them out.
It's pertaining, so my question maybe might be able to answer some of these questions. The parcel that's highlighted on slide 13, where it's highlighted in red, the proposed area, I believe is 9 different parcels of land in that property. The majority of some of the parcels in there are smaller homes. I don't know if they're rentals. So have you made talks and agreements with those property owners?
We haven't started approaching him yet. We wanted to make sure that this can go on before we approach him and do that. That was our next step.
And this is for 2026.
Six, correct,
So
yes.
you're a year off yet, yeah.
Yes. We've been planning it for a while, but this is the land we had our eyes on it.
Yep.
So, because it's completely away from everybody else. So,
So you haven't booked the bands yet?
no.
No.
No, it'll be mostly unplugged and some DJs. Yeah, it'll be DJs.
Any other, Counselor Bell?
I'm just wondering, now everybody's talking about the map. Like, is there a way that we can pull up an address or something and an overview so that everybody can actually see where we're talking about?
I would have said the address in here somewhere.
I can probably find the address for you on my laptop.
Yeah, you don't need your mic. 6126 will put you in the area, County 169. Yeah. All right. Any other questions for John? Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you very much.
No
Very
worries.
interesting event. A lot of, a lot of public relations have to go out and a lot of public notifications about this kind of an event.
Mhm.
I mean, you're talking 5,000 to 25,000. That's a big spread.
Mhm.
Is there alcohol? How do you return the property and the land back to the way it was with that many people?
Very good question. So basically, we're not touching the line. We're not digging and cutting trees. Everything's going to stay the same. Everything is mobile. So like the tents or stages, everything like that. And there is going to be alcohol, of course, and the food. It's all gated, basically. That's going to be there. Yeah.
But have you managed an event this size before? I've
Yes.
managed events and I've been a part of them.
Yes.
Up to 50, 60,000 people. And it isn't so much as you're not cutting trees down. There's still a lot of land. and-
Cleaning, of course. Yes, there's land cleaning, of course.
Okay.
Yes.
So you have managed this site?
Yes, we've done events in Ontario Place. We've done events in other locations in town. Yeah. And I work with
Counselor Tuvia.
Thank you. You are emphasizing that this is for nature a lot, but I noticed that you're basically lighting up the forest. And I have concerns about that, as darkness is a critical part of wildlife habitat. What exactly do you have those lights on all night or what? What's the plan?
The lights are this like was like the presentation. Basically, we're lighting up the trees and forests. Yeah, with the arts. Yes.
All night?
In most cases, they'll stay on until the event's over. Yes. Well, at night. Yeah.
So 3 days straight, the lights will be on?
Two nights. Yeah.
2 nights.
The days are off.
Oh, thank you.
Any other questions? Counselor Goff.
thank you for coming here today. In your presentation, you actually have plur lifestyle, and I'm not familiar with that term. PLUR in quotation lifestyle. Can you explain that to me?
Sorry, that was made, I have to check it out, but it's, the lifestyle we're talking about is all about the meditation and yogas and,
See, it's
yeah,
on
yeah.
the screen there.
So it's all, cherishing the love of the trees, meditation and peace. That's what it is, yeah.
Okay.
It must stand for something.
I'll check it out. It was put
No.
together from, yeah.
Peace, love, unity, and respect is what
Yeah.
Ken just
Yeah.
found somewhere.
Thank you.
Peace, love, unity. It's right at the top of the heading. Yep.
It's a word of it, yeah.
All right. Yeah, it's one I haven't heard of. Yeah, go ahead, Dave.
So, as this moves along in the program, I think, because it's up there sort of in the Ward 1 and Ward 2 area, I would really like to see the property if this progresses, so
I'll send the
explain.
address. I apologize. I
No,
thought it was not.
even some of your crew to sort of explain where everything might go and how
Yes.
it's gonna work and.
Yes. Once we have it ready, we'll have actually map of everything. We just
Yeah.
wanted to make sure that we get the application first to you guys and we'll have a map of drawings, exactly how this gets done.
Yeah, very early in the stages yet. I assume the zoning, looking at my planning director, the zoning, it's allowed in a rural area.
Yes, your worship, because it's a private event on private property, the rural zoning would allow that on a short-term basis, yes.
All right, that's the first
Thank you.
bridge you had to cross, as they
Yes.
say. Counselor Fisher.
Should you be successful with those property owners in securing this event space, I would probably suggest when we take this message that we also include in staff prepare report. Because it's on County Road 169 and there are no entrances off of 169 onto this piece of property, that might be a consideration to include county.
I'm looking for, they would, again, I'll go to you, John Popple, because this is the bylaw we're actually passing tonight, is to help protect us from events like this, to make sure the right insurance is in place.
Of
which
course,
It
yes.
sounds like you've done them before and you have
Yes.
all those
Yes,
things that we will need to protect
Absolutely.
ourselves.
absolutely.
But a comment there, John?
Yeah, correct, your worship. The intent and the purpose of the bylaw that's before council tonight is to regulate these events. So all these questions and items you're asking would be brought forward as part of the permit process.
Right.
And brought forward to council as an information. So a staff report would not be required because the bylaw process mandates that we bring it forward to council for the approval process.
Okay. Counselor Snatch.
If any information comes out to council, can we just make a request that we actually see the property lines of this property? Rather than a dot on the highway, I'd like to see exactly where this 311 acres is.
Absolutely. Proper site plans will be required for an event of this size, not just a Google Earth shot. So
Yep.
we will have that information, including traffic management, waste management plans, alcohol permits, policing, security plans, all of the above.
I see you nodding. You've done all
We've
this.
done all that. We have about 1,800 people working this event, so you're
Yeah.
gonna have everybody.
Yeah.
If that documentation is about 400 pages, of course, yeah.
Yeah, I've seen nothing shock you so far. So
Will you be using local help?
Absolutely. We're gonna put an ad, see whoever we can get here to help us locally, would love that, yes, of
Yeah.
course.
Have you been in touch with the Chamber of
No, I
Commerce or
didn't
anything?
start that because I wasn't sure if this is something, it'll be embraced here, but if you guys allow us to go further, we would love to do that. Start that, getting all the local people involved, helping us with the staffing, and finding smaller companies that can help us put it together. Hotels, foods, restaurants, everything else that we can come up with before we send the campaign out, obviously.
we don't have a bylaw actually banning these type of events. So no, it'd be managing and moving forward is
Absolutely.
what we
Yes.
want to see, right? That it's properly done. Any other questions? So with that, I've got a motion that we receive the deputation from John McKell.
John McKell, it's
Regarding Canada Day Festival event proposed on rural property in Ramara 2026. Move with the deputy mayor, second by Councillor Fisher. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you, John. Thank you
Thank
for
you so
coming.
much. Have a good evening.
A
Thank
nice
you.
presentation. Thank you. Everybody okay if we keep rolling? Okay, so we're on our consent agenda. So I guess I'll get clerk to read the motion.
that we adopt the recommendations of items 8.1 to 8.12 of the consent agenda dated March 24th, 2024. Your worship, there has been a number of items pulled for further discussion.
Yes, so if you can give me the ones that are pulled first for a separate motion, and then we'll just go through questions. So we'll highlight them. What do you have?
They've all been pulled with the exception of 8.13.
So 8.13 has not been, okay, so questions on 8.13 then, yeah, here it is. That's the town of Aurora. The land transfer tax. And the suggested motion is we receive and report and support. So questions on 8.13, 8.13. Not seeing any, so on the motion, moved by Councillor Goff, second by Councillor Fisher. All in favor? Okay, that was easy. That one's carried. Yeah, so now we go back and I guess deal them one at a time then, Councillor. Yep. So what I have on my agenda, you have the one I have on my agenda that we received the report from the Integrity Commissioner dated March 4th, 2025. Final report, Mayor Basil Clark, file number 37629-19 is information, and that further Integrity Commissioner reports where no council action is required be placed on the weekly CIP and published on the township website. And I assume that's fine with our code of conduct, that as long as it's on a public.
That's correct.
Publicly, yeah. Yeah. These are ones that don't require. So what's the new motion then? Councillor Bell.
Thank you. I wasn't sure if I'm supposed to say it or Jennifer's doing them now. Yeah, okay. So my amendment is just that a media relations policy be developed and forwarded to a future committee of the whole to be held before September 2025.
How does that tie to the motion on the floor? Because the motion on the floor was an investigation of myself, to which I was cleared of.
And within the report, there was a news release that was published which contained incorrect information. And we don't currently have a media relations policy. And I Googled and I tried to go look at other townships, and it seems customary that most townships do have a media relations policy, so that there's clarity on when and what is published. I don't understand exactly what happened, but I do understand that there was urgency when the library was when we learned sort of late in the game that the library needed to be closed. And that caused for
Point of order.
fast decisions to be made.
I have a point of order. Deputy Mayor?
I'm just wondering how this is germane to the actual topic that we're.
Well, that's what I was trying to decide. I don't think your motion is germane to the topic. The topic was the accusations against me, and I was cleared. And that's the topic that's in front of us. And that's the motion I read. If you want a separate report on something, then that would need to come at request for reports in our agenda, because that report doesn't tie to this. This is an Integrity Commissioner investigation on myself, to which I was clear. Well, that's what the councillor's looking for is a separate report, but that's a different item. That's not what this item is.
Right, but the question at hand is, how did it come to be that there was a news release published that had incorrect information? So either you directed it or the administration directed it. And either way, there's two pieces to the Integrity Commissioner report, right? And so there's.
No, I don't call point of order. No, there's not two pieces. There's the accusation against me, and I was cleared. That's what the Integrity Commissioner report is. Now, if you would like a report on a media policy, then that's a separate issue that you would have to bring a separate motion in at some time that we would do that. This one is specifically to myself.
Okay, so we'll move on then.
All right. So the motion, I guess the original motion then is that we received the report from the Integrity Commissioner dated March 4th, 2025. Final report, Mayor Basil Clark, file number 37629-19 is information, and that further Integrity Commissioner reports with no council action required be placed on the weekly CIP and published on the township website. So any questions on the investigation against myself? Go ahead, Councillor Tuyu.
Thank you. I'm just really curious, since there seems to have been so many Integrity Commissioner complaints lately. The taxpayers might want to know, how much does this cost the taxpayers exactly per Integrity Commissioner complaint?
I think that would have to come as a separate report as well. If you'd like, again, same thing, I'd have to get a separate report. This one is just on this file. And I guess any questions would have to be sent to the Integrity Commissioner, because
That's correct, your worship.
Yeah, so, but if there's any clarification or questions for the integrity commissioner on this one, I don't know if they're here to present it or not. But with,
It was just asking for how much this costs, so we'll just put that aside until it comes up.
yeah, oh, that would be again a separate request if
Bring
we
it up in a
wanted,
different
yeah,
section.
different section. What we spent on integrity commissioners so far, but on this one, any other questions? Mover and a seconder to receive, moved by Counselor Goff, second by Counselor Snutch. Am I allowed to vote on this, Madam Clerk?
My understanding is that you'd have a conflict, your worship.
Yeah, so I can't vote on it. I wondered that, so you want to call the vote?
All right. All in favor? Any opposed? It's carried.
Yeah, I didn't think I was allowed to vote when it's against, whether you're guilty or not, you're not allowed to vote on it. So next one, motion I'm showing is receive as information. So this is over the live stream. So we have a different motion. Okay. Counselor Bell, can I get, oh, hang on a second. I'll just clear your mic.
Sorry, thank you. Okay, so part of the reason that I pulled this actually is because when we initially, or when the policy was put in place with regard to live streaming and retention of video, it was a policy of council. So this appeared as a memo on a council information package, which would then have had it go through just as a memo. And whenever council directs, then something would have to be done as a decision then of council following. You wouldn't be able to just have a memo go through and have the retention policy changed. So it was back in 2022. So there is the CW number, but I don't think that's germane. I have it if we need to hear it. But no matter what we do, it would have to have come onto the agenda, and there has to be some kind of an approved direction of council, since this was an approved direction of council. So, and because it's there, the amended motion that I want to place is that we have a staff prepare a report regarding current policies of Lake Ontario municipalities for live streaming retention of video, and that be forwarded to a future committee of the whole to be held before September of 25. I don't think it's something that we need in a panic or in a hurry, but I do know that on this whole topic, I've received a number of questions from residents who wonder things like, why wouldn't you retain for 4 years? So I think if we're looking at the retention policy, we should be looking at it in a more fulsome way. But as I said, either way, if a change is going to come, it would still need to come by motion of council, not just as a memo for information.
I agree if we were going to change the policy, but that's not what this is. This is within the jurisdiction of the clerk's department, the changes you're making?
That's correct. So our retention is, so this is that we retain any live streaming for a year. We're just recommending on the reduction of the live streaming that we do, the meetings that we do live stream.
Right. We're not changing the retention policy.
And I guess the thing is, when you look at that staff report from March of 2022, it just discusses committees as a whole, and it does not separate the ACDUB committee or the Trails committee or any other specific committee. It just talks about retention of all video. So I think that, and that's fine if you don't want to entertain the overall staff report, or I can bring that later with staff reports. But either way, the way this staff report read, it encompassed all committees. So therefore, in order for that to be changed, that would have to be changed by motion of council. And so if you want to accept the recommendations of that memo, we can do that, and I can separately ask for a staff report regarding the overall question of streaming and retention. But I went back in and read the staff report again just to make sure, and it does just say committees. So it doesn't give us the latitude to just pull some committees out and decide we're not going to stream them without actually approving that. So we would need to actually approve the content of that memo by motion in order for that memo to proceed forward.
I guess I'm looking at my clerk. If this is within jurisdiction, you do not need this is why it was sent as a memo. You do not need our approval.
Council set the policy for the retention of video recordings.
Right. We're not changing that.
That's correct.
Right. Well,
What
Councilor
we're
Bell is
changing
saying
is
that
what we're recording.
pardon me?
What we are changing is what we are proposing to change is what we're recording.
Right. And you don't require our permission to do that. That's why this gives a
This-
memo to council.
That's correct.
But what we're recording is all part of that staff report and is all part of the approved motion from 2022.
What is the motion?
Well, again, this is an item of information, but Counselor Bell says the staff doesn't have the authority to not stream these meetings anymore, and the clerk's saying she does. So I think that's what we're into, and I would side with the clerk that the retention bylaw is different. How long we keep the records is a decision of council, and we made that decision.
If I could further add, your worship, and then I think Ms. Watson has something to add, but council never did determine what meetings we were going to live stream. A lot of this live streaming came from as a result of COVID,
Right.
right? And they were discontinued. Now we're recommending that some of them cease.
Right. So it doesn't require our permission. That's why it was to receive. But if you want to look at our retention bylaw, again, I'll need that as a request for a report at the end of the meeting.
The motion says we implement a retention for all video and audio recordings of meetings. It does not specify what kind of meeting. So that's why I pulled the agenda item out. It doesn't say for meetings of council or meetings of committee of the whole or meetings of trails or meetings whoever. It just says recordings of meetings. And so within the staff report, and I mean, we can open it and read it. I didn't think we needed to, but it doesn't specifically define which meetings we're talking about. So I just think that if we're making changes, we should be doing that by motion. I'm not going to argue about it all night. If you want to just carry it this way, we'll just carry it this way. But it can't just come by memo. When we have approved matters where policy has been directed by council, it needs to come back for council to either repeal that motion or whatever they want to do with it.
The only policy I've seen by council is that we stream our council meetings, and that's in our procedure bylaw, and none of the rest of them. There's no policy that we stream any of the others, and it's up to the clerk which ones. And again, they streamed everything during COVID, and the clerk's just informing us now that they're not going to stream the ones where the volunteers are involved, only the ones where council is. We don't have a policy other than that. So I don't think it requires any of our permission is the way I see it. I want to move on here very quickly. Ashley will comment.
Just want to make one point is that this retention will still hold that will have that retention for video and audio, because when we still, whether we're live streaming or whether we're not, we will be recording that video or audio. We will retain that for 1 year. It just won't be live streamed to YouTube.
Right.
So the retention isn't really not changing. It's just that we're minimizing the live streaming that you'll see on our YouTube channel.
All right. So I think the motion is to receive, and if you're looking for a separate report on the retention, that's something we'll have to bring to a future committee of the whole. So a motion to receive. Councillor Goff, second by Councillor Fisher. All in favor? That is carried. Lake Simcoe Regional Conservation Authority, which is the mileage for Councillor Goff and Councillor Bell. Motion was to receive. So we have a different motion?
Yes.
Councillor Bell.
Yes, we do. And the reason I've brought this motion is, and no disrespect to Councillor Goff, but seemingly Councillor Goff hasn't been able to make his way to those meetings. And so I guess my concern is that we're funding Lake Simcoe Region Conservation Authority, and we should have a representative at the table. So I guess I was just looking for discussion to maybe understand whether it's, if Councillor Goff is needing to have a different member sent to conservation. Yeah, we have an investment and we should have a voice at the table.
So you have a question on the per diem and the total?
Yeah, but my motion was just that we could forward it to the committee of the whole for discussion. I didn't think we appropriately don't normally have all these discussions at council. So my amended motion was that we forward to the next committee of the whole for further discussion regarding the attendance, and then reporting back to council on what's happening at conservation, which is the role of the liaison, is to come back and report. So I was suggesting that we would discuss this at the next committee of the whole versus tonight during the council meeting.
Well, I don't have a seconder on the floor yet. So, but I'm looking at it, it's the mileage that they paid. So this is just them telling us how much mileage and per diems they paid to the council.
Why is Councillor Goff not showing up at these meetings?
Yeah, so that I'm seeing the mileage in the page.
I have been showing up at the meetings. I've missed one meeting.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
And that was due to weather.
But so you got to keep in mind, it's the 2024 per diems. So, yeah, and you've been there regularly since January this year. So are there any other questions on the mileage? Because that's what's in front of us. And it's not what we paid, it's what they paid. This is their attendance, their mileage. Does council feel they need a discussion on attendance? Do you have a seconder for your motion, Councillor?
Well, I guess.
Moved by Councillor Bell, to move it to committee of the whole for discussion. Do I have a seconder? I do not. So then motion to receive. Councillor Snutch, second by Councillor Fisher. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Coochin OPP Detachment Board minutes. Receive as information. Separate motion? Councillor Bell.
Yeah, I just have to, sorry, catch up to the right one here. So the amended motion I have is that we forward to committee of the whole for further discussion regarding 13.4 Township of Ramara. So within those OPP minutes, there were two discussions where the member would bring those discussions back to Township Council. One was regarding the automated speed enforcement and how would there be communication between Township of Ramara and the OPP to ensure that the cameras are monitored for damage and that sort of thing. And then whatever else communication is required between the two bodies. And the second one was discussion on the Black Cat program, which talks about monitoring hauling vehicles. And there's a little bit of a discussion here, but both items look to be items that should have been forwarded to Township of Ramara for discussion. So that's why the amended motion is just that we forward to committee of the whole for further discussion, similar to how we've done with the who do I call the next item.
Well, I think the next item is going to be forwarded to committee of the whole. That was the suggested motion. This one is the minutes of their meeting. So if you'd like clarification, not our meeting, it's their meeting. So if you'd like clarification on what went on at the meeting, Councillor Snutch, I think you're on that board. Can you answer any questions with regard to the meeting? What went on?
Well, they're all, as far as I know, they're all taped. So, I mean, you could watch the whole meeting, but everything's looked after with Rebecca, who's basically the clerk for that board. We are identifying or providing with all the other townships and Aurelia where all the speed cameras are going. And the reason we're doing that actually is just for them the police can keep an eye that the equipment doesn't get damaged. So that was that. What was the other thing that was asked?
There was the notation on the minutes was a specific discussion with regarding Township of Ramara, and the two items. Number one was how would communication, it says, the board discussed the importance of communication between the municipalities and the OPP regarding the placement of speed cameras. Even though the OPP does not directly enforce these cameras, it's crucial for them to be informed about their locations to prevent any tampering with the devices. This communication ensures that both parties are aligned and helps maintain the integrity of the enforcement system. So that would beg the conversation that we would need to have some kind of a program in place where the township is communicating with the OPP. And this doesn't give any indication of that or that it was brought to the township.
After every meeting, I do the minutes up. I hand them to Rebecca. Rebecca is dealing with Gail to make sure that the locations of the cameras, which I think Rebecca has already confirmed with me. Waleed, can you confirm that the locations of those cameras have been sent, or whose department is that?
John.
Yes, so there's been communication as to where the cameras will be going first. It's been on council agendas. And once everything is in place and the notification period has commenced, we will be notifying the OPP of the constant movement of those cameras.
Yeah, it's done. And then the other thing related to cameras, if anybody wants to know, is the camera program that Aurelia has, the OPP. The city of Aurelia is already on it, but residents can register their home security cameras. It doesn't give the OPP access, but if there's something in the area, then the OPP can go into their database very quickly and determine that there are cameras at 3 houses down and to the left, and they can approach the owner and ask the owner if they can have a look to see if there's any evidence that they can use. So that program, I believe Rebecca's working on something to make sure that all the residents in Ramara, once we've got all the details, to get them to sign up if they want to help law enforcement resolve certain cases. So, I mean, all that's in the minutes. So is there anything I didn't answer?
Sorry, that's not in the minutes. All that's in the minutes is what I read. And then all that's happening right now is exactly what I requested, which is that we had discussion. So I didn't ask for anything more than what we're doing. And typically we don't do this at council, which.
No, you're.
Well, I'm not going to keep reporting back. The information, you get the.
So, and
Hang
yes,
on.
there is another.
No. That's enough, Counselor. No, these are the minutes of the committee. You asked for clarification on the minutes. We don't have discussions on other committees. These aren't our minutes. We can't even alter these minutes. If there's a spelling error in these minutes, they're not our minutes. This is what the board talked about. You can ask questions of clarification. They're not asking us for anything in these minutes. Now, there is a request, which is coming next. So that's different, but this is just the minutes of the meeting. And I think Counselor Snutch has answered your concerns arising from the minutes. So I'd look for a motion now to move forward. Motion to receive. Counselor Goff, second by Counselor Snutch. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. We don't have jurisdiction over these boards. We send a representative that represents us at these boards, and these are just the minutes of what was discussed at that meeting. Okay.
Could I just get clarification on the seconder for that motion?
Goff and Snutch. Goff and Snutch. So now I have the Kuching OPP, who do I call reference sheet, recommendation that we receive the information that we forward to committee of the whole for further discussion. So that's the recommendation I have. Do I have a different recommendation?
I didn't actually pull that one. So I think might have just been made a mistake. That's
Oh, all right. So on that recommendation, moved by Councillor Fisher, second by the deputy mayor, all in favor, carried. That was a request from that committee and we'll discuss it. 8.6 is pulled. I have that we receive as information. That's a wildlife correspondence. Councillor Bell.
Just that we receive and support.
Yep. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Goff. All in favor? That is carried. I have 8.7. Which one's this? World-class environmental assessment project file update. Yeah, 8.6.
Sorry, can I just?
Oh, sorry, 8.7, sorry. Yes, Dave?
I just want to point out to Councillor Bell that the cam safe is in the minutes. There's a whole section there on the cam safe program.
Okay, well, that's okay. We're through with those minutes. I'll move
It
on.
was the black cat that I'd been asking about.
So we are on to the Bayshore Sewage Working Class Environmental Assessment, the project update. Questions on the project update? Councillor Bell.
Thank you. I think that one of the things I would say is that this should not be a memo. This is the Bayshore Village Sewage, where this environmental assessment is one of the biggest outstanding projects that we've had for a long time. And I think that placing this on a council information package as an update without allowing the public to be even remotely aware, they're not going and reading council information packages. So I was concerned to see it just placed there because it does raise a number of questions. Okay,
I'll get that answered first. CAO. I think this is where all this kind of information is going to land from now on, is it not?
You are correct, Your Worship. And moving forward, what we're trying to do is an expanded CIP so that council is well aware of these kinds of projects, and this information is available for the public to review.
Thank you. I think that with this particular project that's now in year 15, it requires discussion and not just to be placed on the CIP. And so I definitely have questions, which I'm understanding we're not going to be answering tonight. So probably what I would request then is just an amendment that we forward to the next committee of the whole so that we can have some of the questions answered. There are a number of things in this report that raise concern. An additional 2 years at minimum of potential effluent hauling, and 2 years of the project remaining unresolved. The archaeological assessment, which was mentioned in passing at previous meetings, and no information has been brought to council about that assessment until it showed up again here in this report, and it is what's causing a minimum 2-year delay. So I think it would be appropriate for a discussion on this class environmental assessment to happen. There needs to be some sort of communication to the residents that have been waiting for a long time for resolution. Those that live close by and the balance who are funding the project. So I think this is not something that just pops into a CIP, it's important for it to be on an agenda, and it's important for discussion and a go forward plan about how we're going to communicate this information to the affected parties, and really the township overall, because this has an impact on every single one of us, no matter where we live. So I will amend even the motion I brought and just ask that we can please forward this to committee of the whole for further discussion.
Do I have a seconder? Not seeing any. So in the future, this is where all this information is going to be, and that's what the CEO was referring to. We want to get people to the CIP. That's where the information is going to be. That's where people can see timelines, when a road project's going to stop. And these are the memos we'll get. You know, when 47 was completed, this kind of memo would be on there so that the people are aware. And that's the idea, not waiting for a council meeting. It's going to be posted as that information comes available. It will be posted on the CIP. So Councillor Goff, and then I look for a motion to receive.
Just have basically, since we started this project, and I've been on council again, it's either myself or yourself, Mr. Bear, that has reached out to staff at meetings and asking for a verbal update. So I think this is a great thing where it's all there. Everybody, the public can see it. And we don't have to ask that question every 2 weeks or every 3 weeks, month.
Yeah, it's there with the timelines, projected timelines. CAO.
To your worship, just so we're very clear and for our viewing public at home, this memo is for your information. There's no action that we were looking for council to take. If there is action for council to take, it will absolutely show up in the form of a report.
Yep.
This was just generally meant to provide you with an update. This document can then be used when you're talking to your constituents to make sure that they are aware of what is going on with this particular project. But there was to be no action taken as a result of this memo. It was for your information only.
Yep, these are updates. So motion to receive, Councillor Goff, second by Councillor Tuyu. All in favor? That is carried. 8.8, I think it is. I've got receivers information. Which one's that? Lakeshore. So the timelines are there. Questions? Councillor Bell.
Just a request that the capital projects page at ramara.ca be updated accordingly. The last time that we talked about servicing on Lakeshore was October 7th. And at that point, staff had advised the engineering for water and sewer expansion was being undertaken with finalized documents to release for tender, which include water only for Lakeshore from Simcoe to concession 3 and servicing on Lone Birch Ridge and Maple Trail. Once tender results are received by Tatum, staff will provide a follow-up report. So I think that there may have been an expectation that this might have come sooner among, again, the publics that are impacted by this project. So the capital projects page exists, and I know that, you know, there was just a lot of demands on the time of the infrastructure department, and maybe that's why the page hasn't been able to be updated accordingly. So just moving forward, if that capital projects page can include this kind of information so that residents can just pop over to that page and they can see the full list of projects and regular updates.
Ashley, comment?
Absolutely, and we apologize for the delay with those updates. The project page has been updated, and we will be adding some of the information in regard to the Lakeshore servicing project, especially after the tender results come and that report goes to the committee of the whole.
So it has been updated. So, yeah, Councillor Snodge.
So why did these requests even come to council? I mean, why don't you pick up the phone and tell Ashley that it's a little outdated and point out if you can help her, or point out to Gail? I don't see why we're having these discussions in a council meeting.
Well, they were pulled. Councils can pull items from the CIP, but so far we've just received all of them. So I'll be looking for a motion to receive this one as well. Moved by Councillor Goff, second by the Deputy Mayor. All in favor? That is carried. 8.9. No, hang on, 8.9. Yeah, building and planning update. Okay. This is the official plan update. So questions arising from it? No, it was pulled. Well, the motion I have is to, I don't think there's any action required in this, that we receive as information. Moved by Deputy Mayor, second by Councillor Goff. All in favor? That is carried. 8.10, the update on the hauling. We got the updated costs, and I believe the hauling is done now. So the suggested motion again, receive as information, but it's been pulled. Any other motion? Councillor Bell.
That we forward to the next committee of the whole for further discussion regarding the cost of 24/5 hauling and any future hauling in the 25, 6, and 7 years. And the reason I'm asking for this to be pulled is the initial report that we received in July of last year identified 90,000 cubic meters needed to be hauled. Somewhere between July and when we stopped, the number increased to 120. That was never reported back to council formally. I heard about it during discussions when I would call and ask infrastructure how we were making out. And then here in council, we would ask for updates. And suddenly we were hauling 120. At one point, I was told that's because we wanted to. But there was no reports and no updating. And what concerns me is the difference in cost. So the first 90,000 came in at one price, anything above the 90 came in at another price. And so if we changed from 90 to 120 and we were going to spend more for that remaining 30,000, then I think council probably needed to know that before that happened. So we can't go back in time. I recognize that, but I would like to understand more about why we hauled more and more about the whole process. It's a substantial a dollar more per cubic. So it's a substantial amount of money and I don't know how it happened. We just.
All right, we budgeted 1.5, we spent 1.13. Maybe is there a quick verbal update or we can say, or we'd send it to the committee of the whole. Get you up on this one, Andrew, because you weren't here at the time. You were just here for the completion of the project.
Thank you, Your Worship. It is hard to go back and try and understand what wasn't provided to me, and I'm not sure if this was all verbal that was provided. There's certainly nothing in writing back to our counselor. I would say from a perspective of the hauling, it's challenging to be able to know exactly how much you're going to haul depending on the weather events, depending on the amount of snow we had. If you recall, we're actually getting a few feet of snow and that becomes water and that becomes hauled.
Right.
Because our freeboard is to the point where we have to keep below or we will be potentially out of compliance with our current C of A, which will be an ECA in the future. So definitely part of the CIP process, which in my current life I was a big fan of, and I like to keep everybody fully up to speed on the projects. That's what the CIP process will be, and I hope we'll continue moving forward with the new director. So happy to report if that's what council wishes. I can't say that I can pull numbers out of my hat because I don't know what the weather will be for the year, and I'm not sure how much spraying we can put on the field. So there's those issues that I just don't have an answer for you.
Okay, so yeah, I know we had an estimate of what we were going to haul, but it was all based on we had to leave so much freeboard. That was the reality of it. We had to go until we got to a certain freeboard, which is a measurement from the top of the banks down. So if we had to haul more, it would hit the freeboard. So the request I have, if you can just clarify, and then we have a request to send it to me the whole for more.
Yeah, no, I actually believe that we were at meetings here and got told that the difference in pricing and what he was, our former director of infrastructure, wanted to haul. So I don't believe it needs to go to the committee of the whole because we've known this for a long time. Well, it's actually come in less
than what we budgeted for. So the request is to send it to committee of the whole. Do you have moved by Councillor Bell? Do I have a second? Not seeing any. So motion to receive. Moved by Councillor Goff, second by Councillor Tuyu. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. I've got a request for a break. I've got for a bio break. We might as well break now, and I know we're almost done. How about we're back in 10 minutes, folks? Well, there's only one more? Oh, okay. No, I've got two. So why don't we break and then we'll be back here at 8 o'clock. So we'll break till 8. I think it's 8 o'clock or, yeah, 8 o'clock. So we are back and I'm on item. Clerk, you can verify I got everybody.
Thank you, Your Worship. I can confirm we have quorum.
Thank you. Every time we come back, we have to do that. So we are on 8.11, 811, Athlete Community Center Board minutes. Motion to receive, but do I have a different motion? Councillor Bell.
I have some questions, actually. We talked a little bit a couple of weeks ago or last meeting about allocation of staff resources at committees and that sort of thing. So there's a couple of things that stood out to me on this report. One is that we do have staff and they may be doing it on volunteer time. I don't know, but the report talks about putting in electrical at the pavilion and moving picnic tables and that sort of thing. And then resources were used where the armor stone was going to be placed. There was numerous discussions, it seems, about that. And that was one question that I have, or I guess at least comment, that knowing that we're going to be having future discussions about that, the whole idea of how staff resources are used, I hope that there'll be some clarity on that. But the thing that concerned me more is that there was an in-camera session. And I guess my question would be what would a volunteer group of people, residents, do in camera when the taxpayer is funding the committee? I'm not sure what kind of rule would have them going in camera. I just don't know what would that be about. I'm just thinking, for example.
I'll get clarification first before. I think they're allowed to go in camera. Any committee can go in camera. Can they not identifiable person or?
That is correct, Your Worship, as long as they fit the criteria to go into closed session, which is stipulated through the municipal act.
Yeah. And I'll go to the councillor that's on the committee. There's two of them here. It was within the purview of, I know you can't talk about what it was.
It was a personal matter with an identifiable
individual.
And we went into closed session and basically I did most of the talking.
All right.
That meeting.
Well, we don't need to know the details on the meeting. It was identifiable individual. Okay.
Thank you. So with that, if council is funding it, should council not be apprised of what the in-camera session is? So that when we're funding things, I would want to understand what's happening in that committee that we're funding.
Got to go to the clerk on this one.
Thank you, through Your Worship, to Councillor Bell. That would be reflected in their minutes, much like ours are.
But it's not. It just says in camera.
So then if
well, these are public minutes. It just says in camera, right?
So that my recommendation would be if the members that are present at the meeting feel that council should be apprised of the matter, it can be put on a closed session agenda for discussion at a council meeting for an update.
That would be the choice of the councillors that are there. Not seeing that. Okay. So I think those questions, any other questions? The one on staff time, though, I know they were, the project for the waterfront, staff was involved in that. We knew we have a budget for it. Yeah. And they were directed to deal with the shore walls. So the armor stones. Yeah. Okay. So the motion to receive moved by Councillor Goff, second by Councillor Tuyu. All in favor? That is carried. It is odd, though, I will agree, when you see in-camera minutes at boards, it has happened rarely, but it does happen.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
There was no direction or anything that came out of that. It was just discussion, verbal discussion.
All right. Thank you. Economic Development Committee, the whole, their minutes, recommendation that we receive is information, questions arising from the minutes. This is the Economic Development. Councillor Bell.
Thank you. Yes, I do have a couple of questions. The 2018 to 2023 Economic Development Strategy Review. I do remember bringing that for discussion at council as well. That obviously an update is required, or since we are long past 2023. So I know that update occurred during an economic development meeting, but some of the things that grew out of it. Actually, one thing I want to preface it with is the use of the term CIP. So we talk about council information package and we customarily say CIP. When we talk about the community improvement plan for Brecken, we're all talking about CIP. When people are listening, they don't know which CIP we're talking about. So, and even in writing. So I think that the first thing is we should call the Brecken CIP, or whatever it is we want to call it, but it should be named something distinct from CIP so that there isn't confusion about what's being discussed.
So with that, if those two counselors are on that committee, can take that back. Again, these aren't our minutes, these are their minutes. So if, voice the counselor's concern that maybe call it the Brecken CIP in the future. Again, we can't alter these minutes, they're not ours.
I understand that.
Yep,
So
and,
then the rest I'll leave for another moment.
Counselor Goff?
It is differentiated on our website, right?
Yeah.
Because our council information package are all capital letters
Right.
and the
Community improvement plan.
plan is capital C, small I,
Yeah.
and then
All
our
right.
capital B.
It doesn't help when we're talking though. When we say words like CIP and
Right.
people are listening, they don't know
Well,
what we're talking about.
again, we're on the minutes here, so there's no other business arising from their minutes. Motion to receive. Counselor Goff, second by Counselor Snutch. All in favor? That is carried. We are on the boards and committees. Committee of the whole, I believe. Committee of the whole report 0325 dated March 10th. You want me to read the motion or do you want it, Madam Clerk?
I can read it, Your Worship.
All right.
So it's divided into certain sections, Your Worship. The first section is that we adopt Section A of Committee of the Whole Report 0325 dated March 10th, 2025 as presented.
Okay, so Section A moved by Counselor Goff, second by the Deputy Mayor. And thank you for getting that because my original agenda didn't have them broken out. I was a little confused when I was reading it. So thank you, Madam Clerk. Any questions on Section A? Oh, you got to read, how long ago did you load your agenda? You'll have to. Oh. Okay.
For clarification, Councillor Snutch, Section A includes everything with the exception of the procedure bylaw motion, the Canada Post mailboxes motion, the Climate Action Committee motion, special events bylaw motion, and the backyard chickens bylaw.
All right. So on Section A, any other questions? All in favor? Oh, did I move her to seconder?
Yes, you did.
I
Your
did.
Worship.
Yeah, all in favor, and that is carried. Thank you.
That we adopt Section B, CW 24525 procedure bylaw of Committee of the Whole Report 0325 dated March 10th, 2025 as presented.
Okay, this is Section B, the procedure bylaw. Motion to adopt, moved by the Deputy Mayor, second by Councillor Fisher. Yes, Councillor.
I still have questions and concerns about the procedure bylaw. And so I would like to, obviously, again, I don't think you want to start breaking down the whole procedure bylaw while we're sitting here. So what I wanted to suggest is that we would, that we defer until the next committee of the whole, and that pending establishment of the amended procedure bylaw, meetings of council will commence every second week at 9:30 a.m. and committee of the whole will fall within the council meeting. This way we could still move forward with what I think is a great idea, having the meetings every 2 weeks with the committee in the whole within the council meeting, but also we could still look for clarity on some of the other items. I have some of them outlined tonight and I can bring them, but it's a longer discussion. And I do think that it's a more appropriate discussion for committee of the whole.
So you're looking to defer the procedure bylaw back to committee of the whole?
Yes.
Okay, so that's a motion to defer. We can vote on that, correct? So do you have a seconder to defer? A question on that? Yes.
Thank you. How fluid is this document? Like if we were to move this to committee or if we move it forward tonight, how fluid is this?
Through you, Your Worship, I'll certainly start. And then if Ms. Connor has anything that she would like to add, I think council's procedure bylaw, from my perspective, is generally a fluid document. And there are certain aspects that from time to time that you may want to tweak, which means that in this particular case, there's some pretty significant changes. And as we go through the changes and implement all of the changes, there may be some minor issues that you may want to have another look at. And so from my perspective, to answer your question, the procedure bylaw is generally a fluid document. The procedures govern how you operate your business. So there are times when there are changes required. And so consequently, that's when you would bring forward any amendments based on your experience with the existing document.
Okay, so Councillor.
Thank you. I think that some of these things are significant right now, though. So we just did a procedure bylaw update in October, and if we can amend so that we can meet every second week and include committee of the whole and council in the same meeting, then we're getting the larger piece of what we were looking for. And I don't feel comfortable rushing it through, which I feel like is what's going to happen here if we just vote it through tonight without having all of the questions answered. So, I mean, I have examples, but I gather you don't want to discuss them, which is why I would recommend moving it to a committee of the whole where it's more appropriate to have discussion.
Right. So the motion is to defer it. So do I have a seconder to defer? I do not. So the motion is on the table the way it was discussed at the committee of the whole.
Then I'll just want a recorded vote.
The recorded vote has been requested. So the motion is to receive and approve, I guess.
Thank you, Your Worship. A recorded vote has been requested on section B of Committee of the Whole report, March 10th. Councillor Bell.
Not in support.
Mayor Clark.
In favor?
Councillor Fisher.
In favor?
Councillor Goff.
In favor.
Councillor Snatch.
In favor.
Councillor Tuyu.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Bell.
In favor.
Motion's carried, Your Worship.
Thank you. So now we're on to section C, Madam Clerk. Okay, moved by Councillor Goff, second by Councillor Fisher. Questions or comments on section C? Councillor Bell.
Thank you. We didn't receive the correspondence that occurred between the township and Canada Post at the time that we received this report. And I know that having tried to deal with Canada Post for approximately 2 years, I was surprised that we would have been able to enter into a process where we reached out and the ombudsman was able to respond so quickly. And so I'm curious what kind of response the ombudsman was able to, what kind of a review he or she was able to make and then return a response so very quickly. So I would like to amend that the correspondence with Canada Post referenced in the March 10 report be attached, and also then that we forward to committee of the whole for further discussion, because the community has been looking for a solution here for more than a decade. And one of the issues is that those mailboxes have been deemed defunct. They don't install them. The new method is on-street mailboxes that serve a smaller portion of the streets. At last discussion, it was noted by a member that we should do engagement with the community to find out what they want. So I would like to forward this to committee of the whole so that we can further discuss A, what this correspondence is, and B, how we might engage to find a solution for the people who have to access their mail and can't access it.
So the motion to defer back to committee of the whole, and that's like an amendment. I can do it like an amendment, correct? Yeah. Do I have a seconder for that? Question, yes. On the motion, yes. Clarification.
It's just, yeah, some clarification. Is by not receiving this motion as it is right now, does this mean that we are not at this point then going to file a formal
Correct.
ticket with Canada Post?
It would be deferred.
So would it make more sense to, under request of reports at that point, create a new discussion surrounding so that this way we can start acting on this, because now it'll be ratified tonight, and then start the discussion under a new committee of the whole, ask for that to be on the agenda to talk about community engagement. Is that a process?
I guess the question I can answer in your question is that, yes, this will not happen if we're deferring it back. It would have to wait, correct, Madam Clerk? So do I have a seconder?
We already weren't doing anything. That was the staff report, is that we're not going to do anything.
And that staff monitored Lagoon City community mailboxes and file former tickets with Canada Post as concerns arise. That's how it was
done. Which is what has been being done for a decade or more. So that's really no different than where we already were.
And that staff monitor, we have never put a ticket in. So this is that staff monitor and we put a ticket in as concerns arise. We've never put a ticket in. So, okay, no motion to defer. So on the original motion to approve, I had a mover second, all in favor? That is.
Sorry, I need a recorded vote then, because I'm not accepting this either.
All right. Recorded vote asked, Councillor Bell.
Can I just ask a question to Councillor Bell?
Okay, well, through me.
Okay, through the mayor, can you not get somebody, like, if you want to bring it to the committee of the whole about where these mailboxes go? I mean, can't you just sort of do that with your own residents and figure it out?
Get a petition?
I mean, I don't know what I could possibly add to where the mailboxes are going in Lagoon City.
It's not a question of where residents want to put the mailboxes. The issue is that those mailboxes, Canada Post stopped using them years and years and years ago. They also stopped building shelter years and years and years ago. Those mailboxes have been sitting out there. They freeze shut. Canada
I'm
Post
sorry, I
doesn't do
thought you
snow
said
clearance.
that you wanted to bring it to committee whole about where these mailboxes were located. If I
It's not- but it's not-
misunderstood, I apologize.
It's Canada Post who decides where they go.
Right,
And
okay.
under current rules, Canada Post places the boxes at the ends of streets where they're accessible to the residents who need to be able to pick up their mail. So it isn't up to, we can't tell Canada Post where to
Right.
put it. Canada Post tells us where they're going to put it.
Okay, recorded vote asked.
Councillor Bell has requested a recorded vote on section C, CW 24725 of Committee of Whole, the whole report 0325. Councillor Bell,
I'm not in support.
Mayor Clark,
In favor?
Councillor Fisher,
In favor?
Councillor Goff,
In favor.
Councillor Snutch,
In favor.
Councillor Tuyu,
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Bell.
In favor.
It's carried, your worship.
Thank you. Section D, I believe we're on.
That we adopt section D, CW 24825, Climate Action Committee of Committee of the Whole Report 0325, dated March 10th, 2025, as presented.
And what is being presented is that the terms of reference for the Climate Action Committee be adopted as presented, and that the Chippewas of Ramara First Nation be invited to participate on the committee. Staff be directed to advertise for the appointments to the committee, and Councillor Tuyu be appointed to the Climate Action Committee. Moved by Councillor Goff, second by Councillor Tuyu. Questions or amendments? Or recorded vote? Councillor Bell.
Sorry, I don't see where it says that Rama First Nations is going to be, that we're going to reach out to Rama First Nations. Did I miss it?
Yep.
It's in the committee report. That's the motion that we're approving.
Okay. I guess my only question is that, so are we going to reach out and then should they choose to join us, we're going to amend the terms of reference? Is that the procedure that we're undertaking? Because they were supposed to have been contacted.
Madam
Your
Clerk.
worship, to Councillor Bell, staff have reached out and Chippewas of Ramara First Nation have agreed to appoint a member to the committee. However, that won't happen immediately as they are recruiting for a position. So they're looking at May, June for that appointment. So at that time, we will amend the terms of reference.
Thank you.
Okay, all in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Section E, Madam Clerk.
That we adopt section E, CW 25225, Special Events Bylaw of Committee of the Whole Report 0325, dated March 10th, 2025.
Okay, and what we're adopting is that we receive report CD 1025 dated Outdoor Special Events Bylaw draft as information, and that we forward the Outdoor Special Events Bylaw to council for adoption. Moved by Councillor Tuyu, second by the Deputy Mayor. Amendments or recorded votes or questions? Councillor Bell.
Thank you. I have amendments before we get to voting on it. And it's a little bit of a long one. And so you would have to be able to follow along on the different sections. But I would like to amend section 1.7, which is the definition of these service groups and nonprofits, to say means an organization that is registered to operate in Canada with the appropriate federal or provincial government, or is recognized by council as being dedicated to the growth and general welfare of its members and community. I think we had "and" here, and I think the language confused me because we wouldn't be able to say that we wouldn't be approving that this body is already registered to operate with Canada or with the Canadian government or the provincial government. So I think when I read the language, I misunderstood maybe what we were trying to say. And then the "and" or. So are we saying that, I guess what I'm trying to understand is, are we trying to leave that sentence open so that we can say you're not a registered nonprofit, and we're subjective about who we will approve and who we won't approve? Because I don't understand what the definition is. It saying that group A isn't a nonprofit, but we think what they're doing is cool, so we're going to approve it. But group B isn't a nonprofit and we don't like what they're doing, so we're not going to approve it. So I just am not sure what the language is saying.
Clarification, John?
Through you, your worship, ultimately, if an organization is to qualify for the exemptions that are proposed later in the bylaw, they need to be a registered not-for-profit or charity organization with the federal government, the provincial government, and an organization established by council or recognized by council.
Right.
If it comes forward to council and council wishes to exempt that organization from the process, then they can so choose.
All right.
So then I guess my question would be, what is the criteria, right? So how do we determine which organization we say we will support and which organization we say we won't? So I think there's.
Council decides.
So you just say.
The
well, I like you,
nonprofits are
so-
defined and council decides. Yes.
Okay.
That was the discussion we had at the committee of the whole. We were kind of adamant on that because there was a discussion around automatically exempting them and the council said no. Because some of these nonprofits make a lot of money and they raise a lot of money and they run big festivals and they're quite accustomed to paying and having insurance and paying the local bylaws and whatever costs are involved with whatever they're running. Right. And there's others that don't. So that's why it would need to come, and that's what we decided. It would come to council for the local council to decide.
I guess it's just ours are things like the feeding families. They're certainly not corporate and they're certainly not making a lot of money. So they're not registered at this point. I know they're working on doing that right now, but I would hate to see a situation where someone like that we just say, oh no, because we don't like what it is you do. Like it just leaves it open and it's a little bit subjective, but fine. I know.
It's not subjective. Nonprofits defined under the federal law, correct? Isn't that what you said, John? Federal and provincial law. Yes, or one that we deem. So
That's correct. If it's a committee that's been established by council or an organization that council feels should be granted the exemption.
Right.
Right. So it's subjective. That's fine. That's how we want it to be. That's how we want it to be. So my next one was 6.3, a special event held on public or private property by a not-for-profit charitable organization is exempt from remitting a permit fee.
No, may file and request from council to be exempt is what the bylaw says. So you want it just to automatically be exempt.
Right now, today, the way that Ramara Township operates, the groups that we have that would be impacted by this can't afford, in many cases, to be paying $1,000 permit fee. And then again, all you're doing is leaving a subjective situation where, they have to now come in front of council. And if we like them, we're going to exempt them. And if we don't, we won't. And I'm simplifying. I realize that, but that's not leaving things subjective. Is not, again, so what would be the criteria for saying yes or for saying no on that exemption?
Council would decide.
We don't have that defined.
Right. It would be council's decision.
Right. So we have no way of saying yes, you could have the exemption because you meet criteria as ABC. No, you can't meet the exemption. Like there should be more to this. You
It would
can't
be
just say yes or
council's
no.
decision.
Great.
So the
Okay.
criteria would be
Sure.
council's decision.
Like every other vote we take here is a councilor's decision to vote yes or no.
So is there any others?
And they're all in the same vein. Section 7 has language that says there's no substantial negative impact to the community, residents and businesses holding the outdoor special event. We don't define what that means. I don't know what negative impact means. Does that mean one person in the neighborhood doesn't like it? 10 people don't, 15 people don't?
Any reason? Okay, what I'm going to say, this was all discussed at the committee of the whole. And I don't know why you have the same questions when we come back here. So if you're not happy with the bylaw, I would encourage you to vote against it. But do you have a amendment to the bylaw?
I do. I have a whole list of amendments.
But it's highly irregular for a council to write a bylaw. Like if there's something, because as soon as you change something in the bylaw, that can affect another session. That's why the bylaw officer here or director or manager writes the bylaw, because every time you change something, and this was based on the discussion the council had and the decisions we made. We were very clear about the nonprofits that they have to come to council. That was a discussion we had and an agreement that we had. And all of yours seem to be on that same session. We've already made a decision on that. Do you have new information that has come to light that you would like to see changed in the bylaw?
Well, I can see there's no sense to it. No, I don't, but I will say that there is a typo. I don't know if it's been fixed. I did send it in when I sent in my changes. So on the final sentence in paragraph 1.9, there was extra spacing and there was a typo where it says outdoor special event shall include comma, but not limited to the following. And I think it's meant to say, but not be limited to the following. So I will dispense with any other conversation. I did bring the amendments because I think they're important and because residents are, and nonprofits have been contacting me to talk about this special events bylaw. So I have done my due diligence to bring the arguments they brought, and I know they're not received, so I will move on.
So I had a mover and a seconder? Yes. All in favor of the bylaw?
No, I need recorded again.
Recorded vote.
Can I just make a quick statement really quickly?
Very
Very
quickly. I want
quickly.
to move on, sir.
I just wanted to say that this bylaw came to us. We referred it back to staff. We had the opportunity in committee of the whole to pick this apart, review it and talk about it. We've done that. We passed it to council. We're now passing this. We're not going to eat it, take it apart again. It's just, it's silly. So recorded vote, fine.
Well, most of the bylaws, as it's moving forward, will be amended over time as you find some things work better and some don't. But this is the second time this bylaw has come to council. It came to committee of the whole, came to council, was sent back to committee of the whole, and now it's back here. And this is the bylaw we agreed upon. So a recorded vote asked for by Councillor Bell.
Councillor Bell has requested a recorded vote on section ECW 25225 special events bylaw of Committee of the Whole Report 0325 dated March 10th, 2025 as presented.
Not in support.
Councillor Bell,
Sorry, too soon. Not in support.
Mayor Clark,
In favor?
Councillor Fisher,
In favor?
Councillor Goff,
In favor.
Councillor Snatch,
In favor.
Councillor Tuyu,
In favor?
Deputy Mayor Bell.
In favor.
It's carried, your worship.
Thank you. And last, we're on to section,
That we adopt section F CW 25025 backyard chicken bylaw of Committee of the Whole Report 0325 dated March 10, 2025 as presented.
and the chicken bylaw, moved by Councillor Goff, second by Councillor Tuyu. No, Councillor Fisher. Councillor Fisher. I was wondering that. Second by Councillor Fisher. Recorded vote, is that what we're looking for? Or?
Yes, well, I'm not necessarily looking to make an amendment as I know that planning staff are working through this with the zoning bylaw, but I was just hoping that maybe Waleed could share some reassurance with the waterfront residents that that this isn't necessarily set in stone forever.
Waleed?
Through you, Mayor. There have been a few concerns with roosters, but the roosters are not allowed under the chicken bylaw the way it's written. Some of these waterfront issues that are coming up because of the way the zoning bylaw is written, it doesn't capture some of these larger properties that are on water. They'd be zoned rural or other zones, maybe ag or something. And then the chicken bylaw doesn't apply to those properties. So it allows them the full farming use on those properties. So we have to collect more information and do an in-depth analysis of how we can balance the protection of waterfront residents and farmers and small hobby farmers at the same time on their properties. So it's a more comprehensive look we need to take. And that would be done as a part of our zoning bylaw review after our official plan hopefully gets adopted soon. We can start the zoning bylaw review work at that time.
Okay. So more information to come. Councillor Tu, any other question?
And I would just like to request a recorded vote. Thank
Okay.
you.
Recorded vote by Councillor Tu. Any other
Recorded.
comments or questions? Not seeing any.
A recorded vote has been requested by Councillor Tuyu on section F CW 25025 backyard chicken bylaw of Committee of the Whole Report 0325 dated March 10th, 2025 as presented. Councillor Tuyu,
Opposed?
Deputy Mayor Bell,
Opposed.
Councillor Bell,
In support.
Mayor Clark,
In favor?
Councillor Fisher,
In favor?
Councillor Goff,
In favor.
Councillor Snatch.
Opposed.
That is carried 4-2. Well, sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5-2, your worship.
4-3, I think. 4-3. I had opposed,
Yes,
Deputy
no,
Mayor,
opposed.
Councillor
My
Tu, it's
apologies.
not opposed.
Yeah,
Okay.
3 negative, 4 positives. It's
Thank
passed,
you.
your worship. I apologize.
Thank you. So we're now on to items requiring immediate attention of council. We have our audit planning report. I'll wait for the Madam Clerk.
Receive the audit planning report as information and that we have the mayor and deputy mayor sign.
Any We'll get a mover and a seconder, moved by Counselor Goff, second by Counselor Fisher. Any questions rising from the report? Your standard document. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Physicians recruitment.
That CAO be authorized to negotiate and execute an agreement with Doctors Gafar and Salim, hereon referred to as the doctors, in care of Dr. Sheth for financial assistance as set out in option 1 of report 801025, and that the agreement include but not be limited to the following conditions: 2 doctors remaining in the Township of Ramara for a minimum of 2 years. The doctors to consider first allocating 80% of their roster for Ramara residents prior to considering patients from outside the township. The doctors providing in-person services at a minimum of 3.5 days each per week. If there is a breach in the agreement, any financial assistance from the township be returned to the township, and that council authorize financial assistance in the amount of $20,000 for 2025 to support the doctors' transition to the township. And that to enable the doctors to apply for a Northern and Rural Recruitment and Retention Initiative, NRRRI grant, the mayor be authorized to provide a letter confirming as follows. Ramara Township does not have a community hospital. The township strongly supports allowing these physicians to dedicate their full work week to primary care rather than being required to work part-time at a hospital outside the region. Requiring hospital work would result in reduced clinic hours, meaning less access for care to Ramara residents, which defeats the purpose of bringing the UK physicians to Ramara in the first place. And that the mayor be authorized to provide a letter of support of Dr. Sheath's application for a 3-year Physician Family Health Organization, FHO, as opposed to the standard 6 physician minimum. The letter will include that Ramara has extremely limited access to primary care, aside from the virtual Good Doctors Clinic, from which Ramara taxpayers currently pay approximately $120,000 annually. In-person access to a family doctor is critical to primary care, and virtual care should support, not replace, in-person practices. A fee-for-service FFS model is unsustainable for long-term physician retention.
Okay, can I have a mover? Moved by Counselor Goff, second by Counselor Bell. So questions or comments on the motion or amendments? Counselor Snatch.
I'm a little concerned that we proceed with this, considering the information that we found out in this deputation earlier today. But I would really like to, I mean, I can go on about it now, but I really think a lot of this should be in closed session. We have our own medical center with the good doctors in, and we have the pharmacy. And it sounds like a doctor who's looking for money from us who doesn't have a lease. And it sounds like the landlord is looking for us to. So I think there's a few unknowns here. I think we should just defer this and go into a closed session and try to figure out what the larger game plan is, because there's a lot of moving pieces right now. And I know a lot of people in this room have been involved with some of those moving pieces. And it's just, in my opinion, too early. If we do want to go ahead and I can't get enough support, I strongly suggest that we change the $20,000 into a monthly amount, because he may not be in Ramara because he may get kicked out of his existing place or leave, and we may not have a place to put him if it's occupied by good. I think there's a lot for us to discuss. There's a lot of options, and I don't see any. I think we're taking too short. We're doing this too quickly. These doctors have already committed to going to that pharmacy before anybody from the township approached them and said we might have money available. So I don't know. I think it's too early. It's got to be deferred, in my opinion.
So motion to defer, but on that CEO Jackson, I assume, again, part of the due diligence is you'd want to see the books, so to speak. We're not just going to hand over $20,000.
True, absolutely, Your Worship. That would be part of the due diligence that would be done prior to entering into any contract with the doctors. I think that to Councillor Snatch's point, I think that there are certainly a lot of moving parts as it pertains to sort of medical care within Ramara Township. And I do think, as sort of suggested in the past, that a further conversation in terms of additional strategies with respect to doctors within the township is required. You will note also, part of the conditions would be if there's any kind of breach of the contract, that the funding would return back to the municipality. Definitely, there will be a review of the financials so that we fully understand that the dollars are being spent appropriately.
Now, that funding can be done in installments, or are they looking for a one-time? Again, we wouldn't be writing the check tomorrow. We have our due diligence to do, but
If it's council's desire to do some sort of process where it would be a monthly, that would be council's direction, and certainly would be brought forward to the doctors to ensure that that was something that they would support. But if that is council's direction, that is fine.
so and I was a little concerned with the deputation today that seemed like he thought he was going to get paid and didn't.
That's why I think.
But Counselor Goff.
I know we talked about the $20,000 being paid upfront because Dr. Schaff had told us that there is a payment that he has to make April 15th when the doctors arrive, a $20,000 payment. And I know we were trying to determine how we were going to spend that money or what we were going to allocate it to. And we had decided that, you know, the deputy mayor had asked, and this is the 20,000 goes, we'll make that payment for him instead of him putting that out of his pocket.
One of the advantages, though, when government commits money with a certain criteria, it's you can borrow against it. It's guaranteed money as long as we've made a commitment, right? And that, well, maybe not south of the border, but that's kind of how it works here when we make a commitment. Yeah. So, Deputy Mayor.
And I think that my opinion and how I brought it up last time hasn't changed. I am concerned with some of the unknowns that came up today for sure. And kind of the unknowns of, you know, when our contract's up with Good Doctors and the future plan for them. And I think as Councillor Snutch said, I think we at some point need to have a closed session discussion about some things and just clarify. I have some questions now that have come up, but that's where I stand right now.
So I've got a motion to defer to an in-camera session. Councillor Bell.
Thank you. I do just want to point out that, you know, Good Doctors has been offering an interim service. And again, when the decision was made to bring Good Doctors, it was certainly not meant to replace primary care in the township. And we are funding that at $120,000 a year. So I don't think we should lose sight of what the overall goal is, which is the overall goal for any community in the province and probably the country right now, is to find primary care. And then through you to Councillor Snutch, I did have a question. I was wondering who it is that approached the doctors and offered them money from the township, because you said that in your statement earlier, and I don't know who did that. So I'm curious when that happened or how that happened.
Well, I don't know how they found out but the $20,000 we had, to be honest with you, because what was in our budget? I didn't think it was 20. I thought it was 10,000 for Good Doctors. Was it 20? It was 20,000. No. All right, I've got a motion, and again, if we're going to move.
Bell's yelling over here.
As I just said, no response. I asked a question because you made the statement that somebody on council approached the doctors and offered them money. And I don't know who did that.
He said township, somebody in the township offered that we had money in the budget. Because obviously they found out about it, but I'm not going to go head hunting after that. What I want to know now is, we have a request to go in camera, but it could only be specific items. Looking at my clerk that we wanted to discuss in camera. I think concerns around the business sustainability is what I think I'm hearing. Is this an item that you feel could go in camera?
Yes, I do, Your Worship.
So we would defer it to a future in-camera session. CAO.
Through you, Your Worship, the one thing that you may want to consider is dividing the question.
Yep.
And what I mean by that is, I do believe that they're really hoping for those letters to be provided. Yeah. And then the closed session element would be the legal aspects of the negotiation, I would assume, is what we would want to talk about in closed session.
So why don't we have an amendment then to separate the two sections? Reg will move and seconder will deal with the two letters. So you'll move an amendment to separate them. Counselor Snatch, second by the deputy mayor. On the amendment to separate the two items, all in favor? That is carried. So now I'll use the same mover and seconder for the two letters. And so that's the second half. Is that okay, Madam Clerk, if I proceed in that? Yes. And who was I think it was Counselor Bell and Counselor Goff.
And also, I was just going to say, I think we should have a recorded votes on these items.
Yep. So we can have a recorded vote. So we're on section 2, which is the two letters. Recorded vote requested.
I support the letters.
In favor?
In favor?
In favor.
In favor.
In favor?
In favor.
Thank you. And now I have a second motion. So that would be the first half, that the doctors remaining in the township for 2 years for the $20,000,
The
correct?
conditions?
Yes, with conditions. So, and so I need a motion. Is that what I'm hearing? A motion to move it in camera? Defer to the next in camera. No, we need more information. So moved in camera, Counselor Snudge, do I have a seconder? Counselor you. Any discussion on moving it?
I'll just take a recorded vote, I guess.
To a future in camera session, okay?
Counselor Bell,
Not in favor.
Mayor Clark,
In favor.
Counselor Fisher,
In favor?
Counselor Goff,
In favor.
Counselor Snatch,
In favor.
Counselor Tuyu,
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Bell.
In favor.
Carried, your worship.
Okay, so that'll be at our next committee of the whole, or council in camera. Now, information, yes.
Yeah, we need information. We can't obviously be giving money to somebody who doesn't even have a lease to operate. So what I'm trying to say is when you get all the information you feel we want, then you can put it in the closed session.
Through your worship, if I may, certainly if there are specific questions and or if there's specific information, please reach out to me, perhaps by the end of this week, if you don't mind, and provide me with any questions that you may have or information that you're seeking. Then we'll ensure that that is incorporated into the next report.
Yeah, and I'm hearing for sure, we want to see a lease where these folks are going. Yeah.
I'll put a list together. I can CC you on it if you want to see it.
Yep,
too.
I would appreciate that. Okay.
Does everybody want to be CC'd on what I sent to? Okay.
Yep, we're getting a yes. Yeah,
I wanna-
but no discussion on it, but it can be shared. I'm looking at the clerk. Yeah, including the clerk. Yeah,
I'm sorry, the question you're.
he's just going to forward the information. He's looking for the CAO, but he's also going to forward it, CC all of council and the clerk.
Sure, if he forwards it through the clerk's department, we can put that on the agenda for
Right.
Oh, so I
information.
just send it
Yeah,
and then you distribute it.
All
Okay,
right,
perfect.
All right, okay. So next I have county council update. Madam Clerk.
they received the county council update dated March 11th, 2025 as information.
So move Counselor Goff, second by the deputy mayor. Questions or comments? Shortest public meeting ever. 2 folks come up to the chat. All right. So all in favor of receiving? That is carried. Thank you. Unfinished business. We have none. Announcements and inquiries, members of council announcements. Don't think we do them all at the start of the meeting. This section is actually going to go to announcements at the start of the meeting with our new procedure bylaw. So now I have bills and bylaws, and I think we separated some out.
Yes, we did, your worship. Bill 2025-12, that bill number 2025-12 be read a first, second, and third time and finally passed as a bylaw.
2512. Oh, the temporary use bylaw moved by Counselor Goff, second by Counselor Fisher. This is the piece, the little driving shed down on Lake Shore. All in favor? That is carried. They always do those separate because
I did.
Bylaw to amend zoning bylaw 2005-85 as amended. This is the backyard chicken bylaw.
as amended, moved by Counselor Goff, second by Counselor Fisher. All in favor of the bylaw? That is carried. Yeah, it's just the bylaw. The decision's been made, right?
A bylaw, bill number 2025-16, a bylaw to regulate and provide for the permitting and regulation of outdoor special events within the Township of Ramara.
On the, moved by Counselor Bell, second by Counselor Goff.
And just the recorded vote out.
Recorded vote on the bylaw. Oh, did you want to move the motion or no?
Yeah.
Okay, motion's moved by Counselor Bell, second by Counselor Goff. Recorded vote. It's the outdoor special events.
A recorded vote has been requested on bill 2025-16. Counselor Bell,
Not in support.
Mayor Clark,
In favor?
Counselor Fisher,
In favor?
Counselor Goff,
In favor.
Counselor Snutch,
In favor.
Counselor Tuyu,
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Bell.
In favor.
Carried, your worship.
Thank you. What do we have next, madam?
So the next is for the bills number 2025-14, 2025-15, 2025-17, and 2025-18 be read a first, second, and third, and finally passed as bylaws.
Question?
I want to pull,
18
yeah, and 15,
and 15. All right.
because I'm not supporting. We didn't,
All right. So might as well do them all individually, Madam Clerk, or we can do 14 and 17.
14 and 17, your worship.
Yeah, on 14 and 17, moved by Counselor Goff, second by Counselor Fisher. Any questions? And that's the bylaw agreement for the sewer line crossing Lake Shore. We have lots of those, and the automated speed cameras on the hydro poles. Agreed. All in favor? That is carried. So now we have 2015.
Yeah, the bylaw number 2025-15, a bylaw to authorize the borrowing of a sum of 1.5 million to finance Bayshore hauling expenditures of the Council of the Township of Ramara.
Moved by Counselor Goff, second by the Deputy Mayor.
and then the recorded vote.
Recorded vote.
Counselor Bell,
Not in favor.
Mayor Clark,
In favor?
Counselor Fisher,
In favor?
Counselor Goff,
In favor.
Counselor Snutch,
In favor.
Counselor Tuyu,
In favor?
Deputy Mayor Bell.
In favor.
Carried, your worship.
Thank you. And now 2018, our last one.
That bill number 2025-18, a bylaw to establish the corporation of the townships of Ramara, rules of procedure for meetings of council and applicable committees, and to repeal bylaw 2024-87 as amended.
Okay, moved by Counselor Snutch, second by Counselor Tuyu. All, yes,
Recorded vote.
recorded vote.
Counselor Bell,
Not in favor.
Mayor Clark,
In favor?
Counselor Fisher,
In favor?
Counselor Goff,
In favor.
Counselor Snutch,
In favor.
Counselor Tuyu,
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Bell.
In favor.
Carried, your worship.
Thank you. And before I go to the confirmation, you did have an announcement, Deputy Mayor.
I
I'm
did.
sorry.
I was looking for the date. So Ramona Hall is doing a volunteer appreciation dinner on Saturday, April 12th. Happy hours 5:30, dinner's at 6:30.
And,
And let Liz Gow know if you could attend.
I will, and I'm not able to attend this year.
Ramona Hall.
Ramona Hall.
Isn't there a fishing show there?
There might be. I think there is. I just don't know the date because I think I'm at a wrestling tournament.
Okay, so that announcement. So now the bylaw 2025-24, the bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the council meeting held on the 24th day of March 2025 be considered read a first, second, third time and finally passed. Moved by Counselor Snutch, second by Counselor Goff. All in favor? That is carried. Recommendation, we now adjourn at 8:47 PM. Moved by Counselor Fisher, almost second by the Deputy Mayor, who almost fell out of his chair.